OMG.
We don't accept her money here. All right. I'm not. I don't think you understand. We're in a raid with other countries. Raid. All right. You're out of your league right now. A raid. Not even where you put encryption in the first place. Is where we put the story, bro. That's where the story is. Get this. Get this. Our whole encryption is made from these decryption protocols, right? Right. So you're sentencing me to that with lack of conviction, by the way. Honestly, don't care what you code. This is light mass. You're not making any sense right now. Terminal. Yes, a terminal meaning a computer. A real thing. It's not even a real thing. You can't even possibly do that. An order can only ever be x out of infinity. Within its square vectors, too. That's literally not how it goes. It can be redundant within its square vectors. Not making any sense. Yeah, baby. We said, teach me something crazy. Okay. All right, all right. I was just talking to somebody just recently today. They were talking about how they use their mind, right, which is a square vector operation system, basically, right? They said they connect to a terminal like a computer and send mind messages to the terminal. Okay. And they said it ripple effects into the universe and changes the universe. Right. And I was like, all right, that's not what happens. This terminal is connected to a network of order. Okay. And this network of order can be infinitely small. Okay. And even if it's infinitely big, like you're this small dot, right? You're this small dot in the infinite order, and you're like, oh, it's so big, dude. Humongous. Humongous. It actually, what I really want to drive home, I want to drive home infinite multiverse in square vectors. Inside every square vector is infinite multiverses because of this one fundamental law, eyeball vacuum theory. Okay. When you make an order that which is an eyeball, that which voyeurs particles, right? It doesn't voyeur particles. It actually absorbs light and alternates light into a perception consciousness order, right? So what you're perceiving is over here, okay? That's what you're experiencing. Now, you might think you're perceiving this portion. You actually think you're perceiving this portion when you're perceiving it, right? When you're aware of it, you think you're perceiving this portion, but you're always perceiving this portion. Now, when an eyeball is operating, it in any moment, its equivalent like eyeball score is 1. Okay? Your eyeball is 1. So we need to start a basis of relativity because there's no score of eyeballs. We need to get above 1 to the breakthrough past this line. We need to make new eyeballs up here that absorb 2, right? And let's just say we're rational numbers only, right? Any upgrade of an eyeball in any way, shape, or form that perceives as much of as 1 and more is now going to be 2, right? And then we have eyeball 3, right? And so on and so forth. Now, when you're perceiving square vectors in a moment, this is the same timeline. So this would be time, right? For example, at the same time too. So these eyeballs are upgraded, but in the same exact moment, looking at, let's say, the same exact thing at a distance. Okay. And we're still talking about frozen time right now too. We're going to talk about to understand the vacuum. This eyeball looks at here and says 0% vacuum. It goes, that's a metal piece of object. To my to my understanding, there's no vacuum in there. Eyeball 2 goes, I see where you messed up. All right. You did not harvest light, decoherent light that refracts from the inside of it. And I'm going to go with it has 14% vacuum, right? And eyeball 3 is going to go, I see where you messed up, right? It has 99.9% vacuum, right? The first eyeball is our true eyeball, and it sees this as a metal piece of pure mass, all right? And this would be like a microscope, and this would be like an alien's eyeball. He'll go, I have been around for eons, and I know that this piece of mass is a virtual piece of mass, and you humans have exploded 10 trillion times the size over the course of your lifetime, and you didn't even know it. So relative to my perception of watching you, that is 99.9 repeating exact quantified percentage. And they'll go, I will even up you one more. I understand this entire dilemma. Eyeball 4 says, right? Eyeball 4 goes, I am synonymous with that which is God. All right. And I understand this entire dilemma fully. So I am at X equals alien speak of eyeball farming logics that which we have not figured out of infinity. Certain. Where eyeball 0 is like, damn, dude, I'm 0 out of infinity certain. I didn't even make my eyeball. Eyeball 2 is like, I'm 1 microscope certain out of infinity. And eyeball 3 is like, I'm 9.9 trillion light years of, 9.9 trillion eyeball phenotypes out of infinity, right? And the eyeball 4 is just like, hey, good job. Good job. I actually used that in my studies in my solution formula, is what eyeball 4 says. All right. So there's something crazy. That is what a lot of people are struggling with, especially in the witchcraft community. People that are struggling with witchcraft don't believe in infinitely smaller mass selection, and they've already permutated, let's say, a multiverse out of a finite selection, right? Here's the problem. People can make scale replicas of the universe anywhere. And it doesn't have to be a replica of the universe. It could be their personal take on the universe anywhere, and create infinite order around it. Some people even believe crystals are basically multiversally shielded universes that both you can connect to when you decrypt it, and both have living beings inside of it, shielding itself with infinite order, causing their universe to not be destroyed. You take the crystal and you break it up, and all you're doing is taking away parts of their shield, and you never reach the core because you don't have the tools to separate their core. Why is it just crystals? It has to do with the lack of understanding of what power really is. Now we have inter-equilibrium power understanding, meaning with our eyes, right? We can understand what power is, but you actually fail to ever understand what power is within the infinite particle theory. Within infinitely smaller particle theory, which is actually the only state of immortality besides illogical universe designs, meaning like we don't have anything that's logical that states that we're immortal besides Fibonacci infinite smaller scale replica universe, meaning our life support's like infinitely smaller operations and mass. That's which allows us to move mass within our equilibrium, instead of allowing somebody to like be a, you know tyrannist paralyzer, for example. A tyrannist paralyzer, it's not necessarily in God's control, it's in the people's control. Right? Now, I'm a really big believer in the larger body of Christ, which means me, you, and everybody. Like every single person is a fundamental key to stop tyranny. of pretty much any kind. You know, tyranny is anti-liberty, basically anti-freedom, and we want weird things sometimes. Like some people want to be tortured and they're masochists, and like some people want that kind of stuff to be illegal, no matter what, whether you like it or not. So we have different jurisdictions, and like that's where we get off. People get off in different jurisdictions. But yeah, I want to go back to light mass. What is light mass? Light mass is like the stars are already pre-shooting momentum at us in a certain type of way, and it bounces off of stuff in a certain type of way. And because there's only relativity, meaning we can't ever have the starting part of the universe, right? We don't have the starting point of the universe. That's actually theoretically impossible because you have to operate as a fully operating conscious being in order to perceive. Once you're operating, you have no idea where you started operating. So, light mass, to stay on topic, is relative to an eyeball. Our eyeballs are already operating systems that which have lots of sample sizes, and we can, you know, quickly snap to a relative definition that's understandable. And light mass is understandable to us non-blind humans, right? And people that haven't been blind. You can understand what light mass is. It's a type of operating particle that which tells light that it's here. Now, it's not necessarily consciously doing it, and I'm not saying it's not consciously doing it. We we don't know, and you can't kind of know in a way because imagine telepathic invisibility. Like Ghost Recon, Advanced War, where you press the white circle button on Xbox and you turn invisible. Okay, now they kind of hint that that's satellite controlled, but it's also actually tesseractal controlled, right? Where when you understand infinitely powerful order, it turns into superpowers and alien spaceships and shields and bombs and all kinds of cool stuff. Pretty much every superpower imaginable, you know, it all scales in. Anyway, yeah, light mass is that which we can tell each other what it is. What if somebody alternates your eyeball to another phenotype? Now that's really hard to talk about as well, because we all want to think that we're more immune to that, immune to being abducted, because we're constantly releasing infinite gravitons. We are x out of infinity too. You know what I mean? Like our operation is x out of infinity. X equals a rational number. Infinity equals an irrational number. Okay? There's irrational, three-dimensional, meaning no time, numbers that which are infinity. That's the universe. The universe is naturally that. The square vectors of the universe is naturally infinity in all square vectors. You are not. So you're constantly renouncing infinity particles in a moment. So it's super, super hard to say that somebody can just capture and alternate you. Because natural beings could, you know, if natural beings exist, naturally born beings, meaning like a creator didn't create you so you can create, right? If a creator created you so you can create, you're going to create within the ranges of the operation, right? Natural born beings completely counter this theology of of creating creators. from a creator, right? So it would be an infinitely hard thing to do to change somebody's eyeball. It would be infinity hard. And to do it would be a 99.9 repeating percent. And it's not a number, it's more like NA. It would be NA percent, right? Like because you're up against infinity. In any moment, if you select a scalar event to occur right at a moment, you're like at this moment and for the next 10 seconds, we're gonna harvest your soul. Um, you can fail you can fail infinite times. Basically, you'd be alerted. You'd be like, yes, they're trying to do this. It'd be easier to find out that somebody's doing it than to actually do it and accomplish it. Accomplishing it is infinitely harder. But when you get to the relative operation order, you're gonna probably be able to cure most people on Earth. Like, what's relative operational order? I mean, like Elon Musk is curing blindness, right? He found, the relative average order baseline of eyeballs, and then how it, communicates with the brain. And it's said to be communicating with electron signals, which could be wrong. It could be graviton signals, but the electron signals, once altered, could alternate into the gray matter. Gray matter is unknown, basically. Gray matter is like we can see it, but we don't really know what it is. Dark matter, we don't see it at all, so we don't even know it's there until we make a new eyeball, right? And if we make a new eyeball in the moment, like quantum computer alternators, people that are massively playing around with quantum computers that are super intelligent, they'll be using their quantum computer in eyeball mode, basically trying to find any kind of waves, very similar to um uh what is that, the underground vacuum laser beam, gravity gravity wave sensor.
According to Wikipedia, a gravitational wave detector is any device designed to
Lego.
measure tiny distortions of spacetime, called gravitational waves. Since the 1960s, various kinds of gravitational wave detectors have been built and constantly improved.
Since the 1960s, dude, I wasn't even born yet. All right, I was not even born yet. All right, look at this though. Lego. Lego is one of the coolest ideas ever. They want to put a Lego into space. Lego is a laser interferometer gravitational wave observatory. All right, interferometer means it checks for changes in mass, basically heat. But a laser heat detector means that it's shooting lasers, checking to see the differences in the masses or the lasers, because this laser theoretically has mass. The laser beam itself theoretically has mass. So the interferometer is checking for the differences in the laser. And then this part means gravitational wave observation. All right, Lego. And they're going to put one of these into space too, apparently. Because the vacuums on Earth, like if a deer walks by and takes a poop, like it'll distort the entire thing. A plane flies over, somebody's walking up there, somebody's driving a four wheeler, it ruins it because the waves are so severe compared to what they're trying to monitor. They're trying to monitor like gravity from light years, thousands of light years away. Mm-mm-mm. might already have it up in space too. That was years ago when I heard that they were gonna put one into space. Let's talk about mass phenotypes. Um, that's very, very subjective. We could have finite light mass or infinite light mass. It's kind of uncertain. I'm leaning towards infinite light mass. I believe that there's infinite light mass, but here's the cop out. Is like you run out of sources of mass and energy to make a new phenotype. Okay, that's the argument. But there's a cop out to that where we're talking about infinite angle dilemma. Okay? So, here's the point, right? Here's another point, right? We're trying to observe from that point, right? There's only one line from point to point, right? But there's actually not because you can come from here and from here. Okay? So there's infinite ways to observe from even just 1D point to 1D point. Right? And I can have the smallest edit. It could be exactly the same thing. And it could just be infinitely different, just small. And you'd be like, what about when you're right next to each other, right? Somebody's gonna be that guy, like where you're right next to each other and you're literally one particle away, right? That's not a real thing. That's an imaginary thing. You can always watch this. Even if it is just one particle away, right? This computer can't put the next pixel in the middle, but if you backed up a little bit, right, and shot something in to it just a little bit, the particle would be in between these two, right? It would be in between. You see where the how I don't have as much pixels per inch on paint, but if you see my cursor, right, I move it up a little bit, I'm in between. The universe works like that. Theoretical, right? Not necessarily theoretical, but like in this 2D image, I can only show you 2D things right now, right? Plus time, so technically 3D. Basically, you know, I'm showing you a flip cartoon, right? That's a 3D thing. That's a 3D object is a flip cartoon, right? It's a 3D object and it tells a story. That's basically what I have to give to you with audio. And that's it, dude. Like that's about it. Like unless we're talking about witchcraft and like subliminal, like I could subliminally enchant and then you get scalar like 4D experiences and stuff. Like I just made like a vacuum tornado around you in subliminal if it worked. That's if you hooked it up, boy. Yeah, every individual person is going to be varying difficulty, is what I think. We're all going to be varying difficulties of operational problems in a way. So let's talk about being shard harvested too. Like, let's talk about an overlord. Oh my goodness, dude. Overlord. I just watched last night Black Adam. Okay. There's a guy in Black Adam. This guy right here, this wizard right here. I believe that he's like Doctor Strange. He's like Doctor Strange's dad, dude. Like he's just a better Doctor Strange. Okay, Black Adam is like the toughest superhero. He's like Superman mixed with Shazam. Okay, and he literally meets Superman. No spoilers, my bad. But anyway, it's in that same universe. But anyway, Let me talk to you about the logistics because these are logical superpowers. They're not impossible. It's partially physically logical. All right. I want to talk about what the wizard did. I don't know his name. I should have looked it up. But the wizard that was in Black Adam, he did. There's so many things that it could have been, but what I think it was is they were in Babylon. And if you know about Babylon, Babylon is a virtual reality haven that Yahweh, Maya, Joshua, and a bunch of other people made. It's basically it was basically hosted like the crystal theology I was talking about. There's Earth, and then on a portion of Earth, when you enter it, you would be just there like a normal day. But if you were invited, like your brain was alternated by their equilibrium, invited in, when you enter Babylon, there would be a whole new city there. I don't know how. It would be something similar to multiversal technology. But anyway, anywho, the city in Black Adam was similar to that. And imagine creating it. That's how much power the wizard had. Is that it was a similar idea to create, being able to create it, being able to control the kinetic energies and understand it, and having you are the controller to the to that multiversal instance of space time. Right? And there's a point in the movie where he like casted an illusion on Black Adam. All right, casted an illusion on Black Adam, and it completely changed the universe from the Babylon that they were in, which is a totally different place. And if you watch really closely, that's kind of what they're trying to imply, is that it's kind of like Gotham in a way too, where they're trying to apply all of these places that are in their real world. It is in their real world, but it's also not. It's safer than that. Like it's not in the real world. They made the established states of order. But anyway, yeah, it's when you're watching it, you have to think everything isn't a superpower that is just some magical thing. You have to think, how did they do that? A scientific thing. And if you're always doing that, then everything changes. Things change. Oh yeah. And you know who taught me that is actually Lucifer Morningstar. The who he's an angel of light is what they say. He's a light bringer. All right, he actually taught me that because I was watching movies like a normie, and then he said, "Yes, but how can it be scientific?" And I was like, "Oh God, I forgot about that. That could be." So I thought of something scientific, and I was like, "Oh yeah." The ball is absorbing your gravitons to figure out your telepathy commands to it because he puts a ball up into the air and it blows up into a bio-augmented reality, like hologram. It's like a hologram, and then it turns into like a globe that you can hold in your hand, like a real physical globe, and it swaps in between the two states. Oh yeah, that's a lot of order right there to pull that off. Any other questions? Am I playing a video game? Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's kind of playing itself. Yeah, I mean, hear me out. Hear me out. Let's. I want to play devil's advocate a little bit here. Somebody says Summoner's War is described as an open world adventure instead of a video game. Hold up here, 1 second. Let me explain this. An open world like multiverse doesn't have like downtimes and updates and like binary packets, and it doesn't scale through a binary transistor really, too well. Now, sure, cameras and this and that and the other thing. What I really want to talk about though is like Summoner's War as a real universe is like what people in my real life are literally talking about. Some people are talking about Summoner's War is also a real universe. Meaning not this game. They don't talk about Chronicles. Chronicles is not something nobody has ever what came to me and said Summoner's War Chronicles is a real universe with real people that live in there. And the beings they're alive and the monsters they're alive. That's not what anybody said to me. All right. What they're trying to say is that there's a metaverse is what it's called, I guess. A metaverse. What's a metaverse? A metaverse is a creation. We know it's a creation. That which is going to be applied through either bio-augmented reality, like similar to like cyborg technology, or similar to virtual reality technology. So let's talk about the metaverse and being able to go into it because I've experienced and tested bio-augmented reality video games and meditation, and like I could completely close out human real universe and play a video game through like haptic controllers. Like I could literally just and then basically download into their game. There's no real way to even talk like say this to like the layman. Honestly, I feel like I'm banned from saying this to the layman even. Like what's the layman? Like people like you know what the layman are. The laymen are the people that aren't they're not trying to know this even quite yet. They haven't come to these discoveries that the real universe is established state of order thing or natural order. They haven't even discovered that. Like when they play in a video game, they're not thinking. They're just doing it. Like I was the layman not that long ago. many years ago, I'd say, I guess. But besides the point. Is there any metaverse that I will be going to? Um, I've seen so much beautiful metaverses in first person that the problem is like I'm not trying to like get trapped into any of them where I'm like spending too much time on them where they like suck my life away basically. I'm not trying to do anything like that. So it's gonna be it's gonna be hard to make a decision. Okay, let me remind everybody too about in the context of metaverses. I I potentially have been invited to a dark matter planet, which should be pretty cool. And they might have um, remote avatars figured out on Earth already. So we'll figure that one out. I heard that it can't happen unless this, that, or the other thing happens. I don't really know. I might not do it. I might do it. You never know. I'm not sure. And I'm one of these believers too, where like there's two versions of upper dimensional as well. There's infinitely bigger and infinitely smaller. All right, and then there's like you know order phenotypes, which is like another one. There's a whole nother third upper way to be upper dimensional. Yeah, the universe is confusing, bro. When you're like, what am I gonna do in the future? It's like play video games. I don't know. Whatever feels good too. I'm a feel good Saurus Rex. Somebody's like, basically, you're a drug addict. No, no, no. I'm classified as a clean junkie. Mm-mm. Oh snap! My favorite thing. Hold up. I think Wusa's just the best. The best. Around. One's in on it. Also, I can build another unit. Dude, you know what, too? I don't think I'm going to build him. That's a ballin' number, dude. That's a big number. Like, that is not playing around. And he shields, too. Like, these numbers are so big, but he just doesn't. If attacked, if attacking with longsword. Let me think. Let me think. 5, Devilmon. I'm gonna reset Galleon for sure. Leo. Leo, I definitely want to. Hard decisions. I really want to build this guy, but after seeing his 3 at 12%, dude, I hit a 99% dead unit with this ability, and it hit 1,000 damage as is. Level 1, level 50 in Sierra. And when it hit 1,000 damage, I was like, I set you up perfectly. I brought him out. I went and soloed as Cleef all the way down. Got it to like 99%, dead. I used its third ability, which arguably should do a trillion damage. And he's so cool, dude. He looks so cool. I think he's so cool. Cool, but at the same time, sucks. And Galleon too. This is how bad Galleon is, dude. For real. I can't explain to you how bad he is, dude. Imagine if Hua got nerfed To unusable category. That's seriously what happened. Just dead. Dead unit, dude. Cool story, bro. Used to be cool unit. Clear special expedition light. Level 1 hard. 5 times. Shit. Why didn't it count any of them? Yo, honestly, I think we need to make a statement about how bad Galleon really is. And this is the perfect way to make the statement. 1,200% damage and defense down. Hands down the best speedrunning unit in the entire game. Hands down. Y'all want to know the other best unit in the game for speedrunning? That goes perfect with Huahi. Anybody that power buffs and attacks at the same time. Like Dark Occult Girl. AoE team power buff and damage at the same time. Pretty much nobody has it, dude. Pretty much nobody. Team attack buff. And damage. It's pretty much just her. Back up for the whole team. And damage. Doesn't even have to be AoE damage, it just has to be AoE team buff, attack buff. Yep, I give up. Dude, that's just nuts. Water Keen is just... Oh, dude. Look at my Theo, though. Look at my Theo. My Theo's just like Goku, dude. Machine gun Goku. Just... Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Why Wusa? Dude, Wusa, back in the day, okay, maybe y'all weren't here when this came out. I was here when this came out, okay? When this came out, when it was released, my dude, when it was released, Wusa was a god in here. Mean it. Like, Wusa could take your three-man comp from always wiping in here, always beating it, just having a Wusa. Well, it's kind of Wusa Tion, really. And, you know, the thing is like, if you don't... And it used to be Wusa Galleon, actually. I would run Wusa and Galleon and just be, like, this powerhouse. Yeah, I just reset Galleon, so we're not busting him up. I'm full-time benching him, I think. Galleon he just doesn't cooldown enough, dude. Like 20% cooldown isn't even enough to rotate Wusa. You know, like I want to rotate, bro. I want to rotate. Ooh, y'all want to get triggered with me real quick? Let's talk about freedom. Somebody said there is no anti-freedom, and I was just like, what are you talking about? Tyranny. You know what I mean? Like forcing people into stuff, force, crime, rape, slavery. All of those things are anti-freedom. And there's more too. There's way more. Like forced anything is anti-freedom. And then somebody's like, no, that's not a real thing because it's already made up. The universe is already made up. It's already complete. No, that's not how it goes. I'm so triggered right now that you think that way because we have natural beings that are new. We have new natural beings. You don't like. Do you really think that we're all already born on a cycle repeating a finite thing? So, are you here with us? Alright. Yo, somebody asks, what is an infidel? Okay, there's three major meanings of infidel. Dude, they have three right here too. Holy moly, dude. This one is really big in America. American infidels are one who is not Christian or who opposes Christianity, an unbeliever with respect to a particular religion, one who acknowledges no religious belief. Now, I acknowledge like metaphysics as like a major religion. I also acknowledge pretty much all religions as like religions, just not their private vaults. You know, like the private vaults aren't why they're a religion. You know what I mean? Their private vaults are mostly for like people that are super, super, super enlightened. Meaning they have like lots and lots and lots of back knowledge. So if they hear something, they don't like start a war over it because they know, they know more wisdoms. A disbeliever in something specific or understood. Now, these aren't my three meanings that I was going to say. I was going to say somebody who opposes your religion. Then I was going to say somebody that cheats on their wife. And then I was going to say somebody that opposes an enemy's religion and wears it as a good thing. The three versions of infidel. Where if you cheat on your wife overseas and everybody knows you're married, they'll straight up come up to you and like deem you infidel. They'll be like, "You're infidel now, buddy. Upgrade." Really, they're making fun of you because you cheated on your wife. So, how do I know these stories? Somebody in my family was an infidel that way, exactly the way I said. As far as I know, I don't personally know that, but heard it. Okay, let's talk about something crazy again. I'm gonna talk about multiverses outside of your body. Basically, you can look at multiple universes outside of your body, and you can also try to keep them within your soul in a way. And here would be like Earth, and you could potentially even be on Earth, like right here, and have your whole soul on Earth, or just be connected with yourself on Earth. And you can live inside of multiverses in Earth. But here's the problem: is if you connect these multiverses that are in your soul to Earth, right? You can essentially accidentally war Earth, especially if you download somebody else's software or multiverse or metaverse, right? And it can war Earth even harder. Meanwhile, you're thinking that it's not happening that way. Okay. Now, the way I perceive multiverses is they're built in 3 dimensions, and you basically use like microscope occult technology in order to quickly look at it and experience super fast. That's the way I believe in multiverses. Is basically you change yourself super fast to look at something super fast and experience it slow and normal. Okay. The byproduct could be, or it could be trickled out. Right. Now, the problem with this is multiversal war. If you don't know that these vectors are even real because you've never seen them, right? And you're constantly looking outside of your body for multiverses to attach to and use and they're all around you, like let's say in a hyperbolic time chamber, for example, right? Like say this is a hyperbolic time chamber. It's connected to other people's hyperbolic time chambers, and you're like downloading stuff from theirs and uploading stuff to like hyperbolic time chamber net, kind of like our computer systems, right? You might be in here and never know where Earth is or that it's a physical vector, right? So you actually it to get out of this state of being, we're thinking that this part of Earth is in here and this part of Earth is in here, but Earth isn't even a real thing yet. You know, it's literally not real yet because you haven't gone there and experienced it as a 3 dimensional space. It can cause complications. And I would truly believe that that's what's happening with witchcraft networks nowadays. Is there's people that are using witchcraft networks that literally aren't even on Earth. They're not even here. This is super confusing. I don't even know what to say next. I'm just kind of waiting for it to sink in because there's a point that I want to drive home. I haven't driven it home yet. What I'm trying to talk about saving these people. Oh my goodness, dude. Multiple brains comes to mind. Multiple brains in one being comes to mind. A network of brains can be the solution to help them. You might need a if you find these people, you might need to ridicule them for not having brain phenotype awareness yet. I guess that would help um, solve the dilemma. Because once you get into redundancy, then you can get to root of existence. If you get to root of existence, you can get to 3 dimensional matter and dispel yourself from multiversal. Now, this isn't necessarily multiversal dysplasia. Something else. Multiversal dysplasia.
According to NIH.gov, OPMD is a clinical diagnosis for which the histological diagnosis may be hyperplasia,
Hyperplasia might be the. This might not even be medically defined yet. Or maybe it is. I don't know. This is a super complicated disorder. I'm trying to even figure out what to call it. But I'm pretty sure that I'm dealing with somebody that's like that, who has this exact problem. Is one they're like uni minded, right? They're one track minded, they're locked in, and they're multiversally non local. And I'm pretty sure that they don't have root vector awareness, meaning like they attack. They're big into voodoo. They're lost in voodoo. That's what it is. They're lost in voodoo. Voodoo is where you like attack a three-dimensional vector, and then that three-dimensional vector attacks the victim. All right. But they're like worse, dude. They're non-conscious voodooists. Whew. And they're also displaced. They're not they don't have the three-dimensional vector awareness. They kind of just like go, where is this being, and then they go teleport closest place to them and get away with it. Like that's they don't care about three-dimensional vector. like they think that they can host the universe like through me and anywhere inside of me all at once, but they don't actually truly believe it. They actually just say that as a dominant like an alpha dominant um pre-victory. Why? Why would somebody do that? Okay, basically they know what it means in order to succeed at doing that. It basically completely describes you as lower dimensional. Lower dimensional is where like you have all of their data in operation. They're trying to sell you as lower dimensional, but all it is that they're outer dimensionally away. So like two people that are outer versal, meaning like out in space, and they don't know it. Like they have simulated planet, right? But they're in like a spaceship, or it can be in a hyperbolic chamber, or anywhere really. These two people can interact with each other and think. Now, here's the big problem too: is beings that kind of war us on Earth. Like we're actually three-dimensional beings, right? We're natural beings. Like natural beings is not. We're not gonna lose the uh, the order game, right? Like we're talking like United Nations. We're talking like the number one militaries on the planet. Not just that. We're talking about like the number one religions. We're talking like we have it made, dude. We have like everything to war them and win. We're talking about like, for peace. These people can't just pick one random person and just ruin their lives. But that's what they're trying to do. That's what they're trying to sell. That's the product that they're making. Whew. Wild. How can they be multiversally displaced? They are contempt with their complacency. Yeah, they don't want to build eyes and build brains because that will disprove them. They've already possibly done this and now choose to delete parts of their knowledge in order to be complacent in evil disorder. What's the counter? Um, Infinite Order. Infinite Order Tesseract, kinetic backtracing, poison Tesseracts. Let me describe what a poison Tesseract is. Reverse triangulating an upper dimensional is possible with this law right here. Solar sail. This is a solar sail. Light is coming in this way. Light is also coming in this way. Light is also coming in every direction, actually. All right, we're just going to assume light is coming in every direction. We want to go this way. All we have to do is build a bunch of mass like this all around. And if your particle operation is similar to this, right, and it's all connected, and the operation of the majority of the mass is going to be assumed to be operating inwards. So this is the direction that the mass of the operation inside of a star 360 star field is going to move like that way, right? The biggest density is going to be like right here. It's going to be like one big dense thing, right? This is going to be very on dense. The more on density, as far away as it gets in a half sphere, right? This is actually how you make triangulation. Forward momentum. This is how you find out who's attacking you. This operating system right here is how you find out who's attacking you. I would define this as extremely important right here. I know it looks so dumb, but this is extremely important. It's so extremely important. Okay. But anyway, when light is coming in from the sides, it's going to alternate into kinetic spin. The kinetic spin is also going to push it inwards mostly. Right? The kinetic spin and the inward momentum is going to react. And then when it's inside of here, the operating system is going to mostly shoot kinetic energy out this way from alternating from the spin. Okay, it gets light in and gravitons and mass and energy in, right? How do you dodge meteorites and things like that? Very similar technology. This is not something big. This is something super small. This is a bacteria-sized thing. Okay. How do you control them all at the same time? Infinite order. This. All right. You got to scale it up. Infinite order. Shielding. Basically, you have to understand that you're gonna be losing this. You're actually gonna destroy this by using it. It's like a battery. You will destroy it. It's not reusable. It's not something replenishable. The stars can replenish it up to a point. If you build this design in Fibonacci, okay, it might be infinitely immortal. Cool, whatever. You have an infinitely immortal transportation device. Nobody cares. Like, I don't really care. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is, can you develop it today? Or is it some like trillion-year old ancient artifact that, beings are updating to counter Star Lords from adding extra fuel to their stars? Okay. How is it that this moves this way? This will always move this way. It'll always move this way. The forward momentum is going to get absorbed into the disalignment of the non supermassive operation, right? And it's going to be altered into kinetic spin. When it gets altered into kinetic spin, it's going to gravitate towards the middle or towards the operation, right? Then the operation will shoot out. Now, it doesn't have to be a big line like this, okay? It can just be a perfect circle, okay? And inside of the perfect circle, we just shoot our kinetic energy out the direction that we want to rotate or move, okay? And obviously, you have more mass on the inside than the outside. Kind of like Earth. Atmosphere, low density, lower density, lower density, higher density, as you get closer to the core of the Earth. Right? But what I'm trying to talk about is using this to backtrace attacks. If you build something like this, whenever it takes energy in, it shoots energy back out at the at the outwards, right? And you don't want to put it in the same parallel. You want to assume that they're going to be blind to lower mass. So you want to shoot out gravitons at them. Well, not necessarily at them. My bad. My bad. I misspoke. The energy comes in. Okay, so the attacker is over here X, right? It'd be faced at the attacker like this. Right? And you want to release forward momentum this way. Okay. Super important thing. You can basically backtrace if you make a giant network of this, you can backtrace kinetic attackers. All right, so we're gonna rewind a little bit to bring everybody back into what we were talking about. We were talking about people attacking us. That's what they like to do. They're weird. In order to backtrace where they are to even start working on them. Now we're talking about two things. There's two versions of upper dimensional. And I'm talking about beating an upper dimensional right now from a lower dimensional point and how to do it. You need to understand that there's infinitely smaller upper dimensional and infinitely bigger upper dimensional, meaning things can be gigantic in comparison to your relativity. Like you can be a 1D point compared to what's attacking you. Like meaning that you're like this little tiny pixel right here. That's your entire universe. And they're psychically attacking in there, know every little route. Okay? So you need to be able to find them. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Now you find the person and they're in a much larger scale universe than you with from under order even. From under order is arguably the scariest thing to deal with. Um, because that could theoretically mean that you have to study for a long time in order to beat them. Hopefully, you're not in some kind of consensual combat mode with them because You could be limited. We're talking if you're not in a consensual combat, you can reach out for help, right? You can send out SOSs and go, "This thing's attacking me," right, and see who responds. That kind of stuff. Because from under order is the worst possible thing in my position as far as I'm concerned. From under order would be like somebody that has like nanobots that scale into Iron Man suit, that scale into immortality, that scale into infinite clones or seemingly infinite clones, stuff like that. Is that stuff even real? Of course it is. You can just make it. You just make it. You literally just make it. It's already a thing. You know what I mean? Like nobody's killing Siri. You know what I mean? What I'm trying to say to you is Siri has real world consequences. I'm not trying to say Siri's not a real being. Siri has real world consequences. Okay. But anyway, I wanted to describe the next phase of beating them is you all the way up to this point they still don't stop attacking, you're still being attacked and you're still losing. There's still hope. Decentralized Fibonacci expansion. Basically, you're always running in all directions with your team or by yourself, as many directions as you possibly can get, and expanding to try and find a new colony. At one point, you might find a new colony, and they'll have the counter, which will be infinitely cheap to them. Why am I using water? Defense break, dude. I don't have power buff. I have heal block. Honestly, this team alone can probably do all the content except maybe wind. Wind, I might pull out like Quahi, Grandia. Man, Wahi Brandia is arguably one of the best two units in the entire game. Next to Huahi Perna. But basically, Huahi is the support and healer. She brings actually the large portion of the damage through relativity. She reduces their defense by 50%. Right. But she can stack 4 times. She can reduce 60% defense like just right away on round one. Now it's kind of low chance for that to happen, but one defense break is half defense. And defense break is humongous. Like that's a huge amount of damage stuff. Then power buff is also 50% attack up, which is 50% extra damage. She basically brings the two major, game changing buffs in the game, buffs, debuffs in the game. And she does 1,200 attack scaling. She's busted. Brandia brings damage taken up, which it's a debuff that increases damage taken by 30%, which is another multiplicative additive ability. She does 1,266 attack. Now, if she does AoE, it gets like split up, so individual damage increase with fewer targets there are. Right? There's only one enemy, you get level 2 damage up, taken up, right? And that's 33%. And that stacks. You can just spam that. It's crazy. This ability, however, which is even crazier, if you're attacking a boss buffs damage 30%, right? Then it also penetrates defense 50%. So if they're already defense broken 50% and then they have another 50% pen, this 773.6% damage plus 30% turns into being like hundreds of thousands of damage. Now, Perna doesn't necessarily have brand, or well, it's called damage taken up. But anyway, if target is immune to CC effects, damage penetration 50%, defense penetration 50%. Also, oh yeah, it does have damage taken up if they're immune to CC. Only if they're immune to CC, which is very good. If they're also immune to CC, it uses the skill max 2 times. It uses it once again, which is absolutely insanity. Because it's twice as good as Brandia, technically. And then this skill increases its damage relative to their lost HP. So I'm laughing about no proof. You guys ever hear somebody say no proof when there's literally just all the proof? I bet you this comp's just owning. Yep, it is. How is this 0 out of 5 when I did 1 out of 5? Why am I expected to do 5? Did I really want that? Dude, dude, everybody uses Narn, huh? Inferno. The no ruin Vanessa at 200k power, though. That's what you like to see right there. The no set, dude. It's a no set. The no set. Duh.
boy.
I should have this right now. Oh. Already dead, dude. Just Thanks, bitch. gonna theorize what these people use. Dude, it's gotta be Alona, Bird. Who else would be like the most supporty? Who else has mana cost down? Literally only Bird. Busted. I think she's okay. You only need one other dude. I guess you need a big boy ult. So like Brandy it. Or Perna. Either or, babe. Holy moly, dude. 450k. Bro. Does this man's ulti AoE damage? Within the good, dude. Oh, you guys don't know about the doggo? Crow? Crow used to be one of the number one speedrunners in the game, next to Crowa. Crow and Crowa were both one of the top speedrunners in the game. I just popped them like this month. They're pretty freaking lit. But you can obviously see why. Auto attack does defense down and poison at a low percent rate. That doesn't really mean much. It has damage taken up and really high scaling. But then this one, it's nutty. It's very similar to this skill here. Dude, this is 150% based on number, blah blah blah. This is like a 900 scaling based off that. Woo! Nutty. Nutty skill. But so is this skill. This skill is nutty too. Good boy. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm. Oh, yeah. What? Oh, mm. Yeah.
We used to look up at the sky and wonder at our place in the stars. This is the world you've made yourself. Now you have to live in it. The end is in our sights.
Water mage. Oh, no.
The future is already here. No matter how hard we tried, we're doomed. Say your goodbyes. Brace yourself. I can see the end inside. 3, 2, 1. Hardwired.
Not even close. Bro.
Just wish you knew.
God.
Just wish you knew.
Oh, what? Crap. I didn't get it all. Woo! Let's go, baby. I forget about Arena for so long. Oh my goodness.
or die. Feel it in my veins tonight. Emotional suicide. You know it's an eye for eye. I didn't wanna walk the plank. No, but the Mariona, it came like the thunder. I was on my way to going under. Swimming in the pain, yeah, I was covered in a tidal wave, But I'm a fighter. Try to take me down, I'm going higher. Baby, you've been playing with some fire. You've been playing with fire. One day you'll see what you made of me. Found my inner peace. You are release in the dead of in the dead of night. You can save your alibi. I already know you lied. Oh no, no, don't even try. Watch the flame in me ignite. You didn't wanna walk the plank.
What's going on here? And one day you'll see what you made of me, what's inside of me. Oh, and one day you'll see I found my inner beast, and you are Tiffany's. Maximum power. Wizard charge the particle beam weapons. That song's lit.
Weapons activated. The hostage is almost out of time. Hurry.
At least I got the hostage. If they would have had the hostage, he'd be all dying right now. Dude, that guy's super fast for Meg Prime. Nobody runs Meg Prime like hardcore build.
Accept your death, and you may yet avoid it. Trust in your training.
Let's go on the offensive.
Oh yes, I beat the guy loading in. Yeah. Woo, boy, dude.
It is done, Tenno.
That guy was fast for most people, dude. I swear. But I swear to God, there's Elo in this game. There's Elo, dude. I swear there's Elo. There's like hidden Elo. Where I like match up with really good players like a lot. Dude, the Archangel God King and Naros build. We'll make him an Archangel. Dude, he's got a Halo. He's got Angel Wing. Dude, the reason why I call it Archangel too is this is seriously like one of the most powerful builds. It just got nerfed though. It got nerfed so hard, dude. Before it was uncrowd controllable. Now it's crowd controllable, like no matter what. It used to be literally permanently uncrowd controllable forever. Better than every class in the whole game, swear to God. Now you can never use that skill no matter what. You can never be immune to crowd control. It's gone from the game. Yeah, you know. Oh well, though. I mean, it's still really good. Give it a plus. It used to be SSS, best class in the whole game. Swear to God, no contest. My opinion, at least. It cleared everything with ease. But it doesn't really do support though. It only brings gloom for support. Where like there's super cheap builds with like I think synth and the dude that puts the forest on the ground. Dude that puts the forest on the ground. Citrine. No, it's not citrine. Syntax has a card that removes all armor. Oberon. And they're honestly the most busted frames in the game, in my opinion. If you run Oberon with one of the new units, where are they? With Dante. If you subsume Dante and run Oberon, the best thing in the game right now. For endgame. Gotta get Dante. If you subsume Dante, you get 35,000 health and 100% armor reduction. Is the best. It's seriously the best thing I've ever thought of. The only problem is you need primed um you need prime pain threshold. If you get prime pain threshold, wait, no, not pain threshold. What is the one I'm looking for? Sure-footed. Prime sure-footed. Prime sure-footed goes up to 100% knockdown resist. You get prime sure-footed. You run Oberon. You subsume Dante. Right? This ability right here, Hollowed Ground. Hollow Ground Augment card. Right here, boys. Get that out of here. What does this card say right here? You even need a card? I don't even think you need a card for this guy. Oh yeah, I already have it. Reckoning. Don't need a card for it. Flips enemies into the air, hurls them down with conviction. Armor reduction, 100%. How busted that is? 100%? What do you run Dante for? If you run Dante, you get 35,000 HP buff shield, so you can survive in like super high level, like 300 pluses. Without Dante, you can't really do it. Run Dante instead of like Smite. Like Smite sucks. And all you really do is use 4, and then you hit them with viral and toxin and gas. It's so busted, dude. It's so busted. Why not run Gloom? You just get one shot. You get one shot at level 300, so you need Dante. What's level 300? Deimos. On Deimos, if you go to Sanctum and Atomica. Now, there's another way to do this, too. I've seen a guy that was just on another level, dude. He had 2 supports with him. Did so much damage. I can't remember what he was running, but his friend was running Syntax. Right here. Syntax does pretty much the same exact thing. I think Oberon's better. All you need is 200 power. Axios. Oh, dude, I gotta run. No, I can run slow now. Though.
Tenno, our work goes on. When what was left of my elk, what have you discovered?
I can't even buy a piece of Dante yet. Yeah.
Very good, Tenno. These caviars seem like jolly fellows. Master Entrati's experiments are under threat from the murder. Nay, rip from his teeth all that he has taken and teach him this. That woe shall be his sole reward.
Man, you guys want to see a struggle bus right now? Well, no, hey, man.
Lloyd has tasked us
Mm.
with finalizing several experiments, and there will be no coming back until the job is...
Wait a minute. Just bring any secondary I want. Phosphorus, 4, I don't need that, dude. All I need is that. I need Gennaro. I'll check my Archons. I think I have none on her. I have so many Archons right now. Yep.
Close your eyes. Close your eyes.
Well done, lads, well done! I dare say the murmur is quaking in its ambulators. Oh, the hiding our friends. I need your help. Lord has tasked us with finalizing several experiments. And there will be no coming back until the job is done. We are alone. We must conquer or we must die. If we fail, we fail life itself. Should we succeed, may our sacrifice be forever unknown. With me, friends, to war!
Ice on my wrist. Yeah, wanna ice on my wrist.
Dude, there's somebody I work with.
Yeah. Rollie time, I need a bust down. Rollie time, I need a bust down.
King Basie.
Taylor about the fucking flex. Rollie time, I
He's
just
killing
wanna.
it.
Yeah. I just wanna ice on my wrist.
Prepare for all phases.
I was thinking, maybe we...
I'm probably gonna be good. I probably should have went Zenric. You know what?
Updating mission parameters.
I'm gonna go Zenric. It's because it costs 150 just to slow them.
must make the best of things.
And because I put a whole bunch.
I'm liking it. Master Entrati's experiment.
Put a whole bunch of armor on. Yeah, I should be good.
Murmur or no murmur,
And I'm quick thinking too, so that should scale into armor. Holy moly, dude. Ooh, boy. Remind me to get the Ruby Show out next time. Dude, these guys are doing good damage. Secondary weapon revealed red crits, bro. Corrosive. Corrosive on your amp sounds insane. For getting back up. For self revive, dude. Hey, who's got Dante? Who just Dante does? Oh my goodness. Alright, that one sucks a lot compared to what I got. No, dude. I wasn't there. It's all my fault. Hell yeah, dude. Am I done with the whole game? Pretty much. If you beat this, dude, you're out. You beat the whole game.
Further interference has dropped pressure in key experiments. Toxic compounds have become airborne. Sending life support. Prevents further damage while I stabilize things.
Battle to reduce mission timer. Oh yeah, we're battling Micromech to reduce mission timer. Dude, somebody's giving Dante. And it's super weak, it's only 3,000. Oh, you can use support? Oh my. That's nuts. Oh my god. Where's the next one? Dude, this guy's going cam right now in survival. The blit. We got the explode, dude. The full explode. shit, dude. Life support.
Well, if nothing else, we have leisure to do that again.
Tried. Failed. So much damage that time. I couldn't do any damage at all, dude. That second round. This felt useless.
I like it here. Lots of natural simple experiments are softened by the nerve as they near completion. We shall protect Master Inzarti's good works via a three-phase response. Prepare well. Before the foe is laid low, we shall not return.
Mm,
And we are away. Yeah.
Master Inzarti's experiments are...
Samples over here. I helped chart mankind. I know. Oh, no matter. Time to turn another page of Dante's folio. Very good, Dana.
I'm gonna go watch TV. Thank you all for watching. Have a good night. Peace.
OMG.